Third one is mastery the key technology. I believe that all of you are excellent researchers, but mastery the technology is different things. We have a bitter experience from pandemic COVID-19. So maybe all of you here know that since March 2020, government formed a consortium of COVID-19 researchers to produce vaccine and so on. But we failed to produce vaccine from scratch by ourselves. I mean, by ourselves, by Indonesian scientists. Indovac is not by Indonesian scientists. That's by Baylor College scientists of medicine. So we should not repeat this experience again from now on. Because what? Because in front of us, there are many challenges facing by our government, but by our people. The first one, as mentioned before, is health resilience. The second one is food security. The third one, global warming. The fourth one is environmental problems. These problems only can be solved by mastery the technology and by collaboration. So, for example, in COVID-19, the key technology is, for example, protein recombinant-based vaccine, mRNA vaccine, or virus-like particle technology, and so on. We are not mastering all of this technology. We can do, but we are not mastering. Mastery and do is different thing. We have to mastery the technology. Ladies and gentlemen, through this symposium, therefore, I would like to encourage all of you to actively discuss, sharing your knowledge, sharing your invention with other participants, to fill the gaps of your finding with other findings, something like that, to communicate. So our finding become more complete and so on. I hope that you can, how can I say, you can use this event for your benefit, something like that. Because without collaboration, without sharing knowledge, then it is impossible that we can develop bioeconomy, we can answer many global challenges that await now and future. Finally, before I close my remarks, as a representative of the organizing committee of the 9th ISIBio 2022, I officially open this symposium. I would like to encourage again, please use the symposium ISIBio 2022 as a place or as how can I say, as a platform for all of you to share your knowledge, your invention, to gain new knowledge from others, and to expand your network, know each other. Because with this network, if you expand your network, and then I believe your knowledge will be better. I think that's all that my message in the symposium. Thank you very much again to the organizing committee and all participants. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Iman. Ladies and gentlemen, as was stated on the opening speech by Chairman of Research Organizations for Life Sciences and also Environment BRIN, the NINS of ISIBio is officially open. Ladies and gentlemen, next agenda is photo sessions. Please kindly activate your camera and the official committee will help to capture. And I will help to count 1, 2, 3. Please be prepared. Ready? I will count 1, 2, 3. Smile. 1, 2, 3. For the third page, 1, 2, 3. Thank you. As the limited time, the rest of the page will be captured by the official committee. For the next, we have arrived at the main agenda of today's conference, keynote and also plenary sessions that will present several speakers, and also each of them will deliver interesting topics. Therefore, I would like to invite our moderator for today, Professor Dr. Diana Waturangi from University of Atmajaya. Before that, I would like to read a brief profile of her. Mrs. Diana Elizabeth Waturangi is currently a professor at Atmajaya Catholic University. As her research interests are molecular biology and microbiology, she is also an editor of Journal Microbiology and Journal of Microbiology and Biology Educations as well. She obtained her bachelor degree of biology at Bogor Agricultural University or IPB and continued her magister and doctoral degree both in microbiology at the same time at the same university. She is also awarded as an outstanding lecturer at 2010, and previously in 2009 she obtained Catholic University Association CIK Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Diana Waturangi. Dr. Diana, time is yours to lead the sessions.
Thank you very much. This morning, I'm delighted to introduce our keynote speaker. Could you please present the CV of Dr. Lily?
Hi, can you hear me?
Okay, I will read CV of Dr. Lily. Our keynote speaker is Vice Executive Director of National Energy Technology Center, National Science and Technology Development Agency, Thailand. She obtained PhD and Master in Biochemistry and Biotechnology from University of Kent at Canterbury, UK, and Bachelor from Microbiology from Chulalongkorn University, Thailand. She also received honor and award in 2013 Golden Medal Award from Seoul International Invention Fair and Golden Medal Award from Invention Exhibition of Geneva, Switzerland. And in the same year, also from an RCT Invention Award with H index 29, and her research interests in molecular biology, microbiome, and bioeconomy. Her topic for today is the current status of bioeconomy, circular economy, and green economy for sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Lily Lula Wilaichi.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diana, for a very nice introduction. And yes, even I was not, in the lab anymore, but I still working closely with our researchers and policymakers in terms of connection. So I think I appreciate what Dr. Hidayat just mentioned about, what we call horizontal collaboration. That means that, we should collaborate across all sectors to make sure that all the bioeconomy and all the production could be launched commercially. So, well, basically, I will need you to share my slide. Thank you. So share and also the ISIBio organizing committee, distinguished speakers and participants. So first of all, I have to thank the organizing team for having me here today for this event, and also thank you to Dr. Puspita to connect me to this conference as well. And I'm also thankful to Professor Handoko, President of BRIN, and his executive management team who have always supported the ASEAN BCG network and other ASEAN activities, some of which will be described later in this talk. So today, I would like to share with you Thailand's national agenda and development of this important issue in our region. Next slide, please. Well, currently, the world faces several crises, including heavily polluted environment, overuse of natural resources without proper management, which then leads to other social problems such as migration to big city, social inequality, and poverty. To address these global challenges, Thailand has implemented the concept of bio-circular and green economy, so-called BCG, as a key to sustainable growth in the country. And we also propose this concept to our ASEAN member countries, which I will give a detail later in my talk. So back to the concept of bio-circular green economy, which is essentially integration of three not yet. Please don't change the slide yet. Sorry, this slide is really long, but all this is very important. Thank you. So these three important elements are bioeconomy, obviously, which is involved in the production of renewable biological resources and the conversion of these resources into value products. Then circular economy. It aims at reusing and recycling materials to maximize the value of limited resources. And there is a word called green economy, which determines to keep economy, society, and the environment in balance, leading to sustainable development. So Thailand put B and C and G together in the same concept. That means that we would intend to utilize science, technology, and innovation, or I call in short STI, to transform Thailand's comparative advantage in biological and cultural diversity to competitive advantage, focusing on four important economically important areas that I show in the slide below, namely food and agriculture, medical and wellness, energy, material and biochemical, and lastly, tourism and creative economy. So the BCG model will certainly enable the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, through the promotion of sustainable agriculture, clean energy, and responsible consumption and production. Next slide, please. Now, how does the BCG work? The principle of BCG is value creation. This is to create value from biodiversity, bioresources, and waste. So by using STI, science, technology, and innovation, higher value of products can be created, as a pyramid shown in this slide. For example, instead of selling rice for commodity, by introducing biotechnology, special ingredients or chemical can be extracted from rice and use it in nutraceutical with higher market value. So this value creation concept can also be applied in BCG across all sectors, as shown in this slide. Next, please. Now, I would like to give examples of some important sectors in Thailand, starting with agriculture and food. Challenges that Thailand is facing in agriculture and food sector, and maybe similar to some countries in ASEAN, are the disproportion between the labor force and the contribution to GDP, excessive use of chemicals which are mostly imported from abroad, and low production efficiency in comparison to advanced technology countries like China or the US. So in order to lower production costs and improve productivity, of course, STI should be employed. For example, new cash crops and farm animal, which are developed through plants and animal breeding research, will enable by advanced biotechnology. Also vaccine for economically important farm animals, and also premium herbal products, which can be achieved with green extraction technology bioactive compound screening, and nano encapsulation. Next, please. An example here is collaboration among public-private people partnership, or we call 4P approach, in 5 provinces of Thailand, namely Ratchaburi, Lampang, Khon Kaen, Chanthaburi, and Pathalung. So models have been applied to several commodities, namely sugarcane, coconut, cattle, and pig. This is in an attempt to increase 2 to 5% of economic value and environmental friendly and sustainable operation. This area have also been promoted for ecotourism. So several approaches have been applied in this area to increase this economic value, either increase the way that farmers doing their farming operation, or increase changing the way that people do the packaging, for example. And in all, we need the collaboration with the local communities as well. So those are the model that we started in Thailand, and now I believe that it's spread to all over many provinces in Thailand. Next slide, please. So as using STI, we have example at Biotech NASDA. We have the center called, National Center of Biotechnology. We call it in short Biotech. So there we have conducted microbial evaluation from culture collection, so-called TBRC, or Thailand Bioresource Research Center. So with this, we use it for agriculture, including biocontrol agent. And currently there are several fungi used as biocontrol agent, such as Beauveria, Isaria, and Paecilomyces. And this technology is systematically transferred to several farmer communities in Thailand for efficient use in several economic crops. The reason I said it is systematic transfer, because we don't just from research in the lab, we transfer directly to the local community, but of course we have to have several media that help us in transferring process. That means maybe you can use the local university so they can interact closely to the area. We also use the Ministry of the Agriculture units that are already embedded in the communities. So with that, we can use them as a trainer to train the farmers to use this kind of technology and make it more sustainable in the area. Next, please. So the area of medical and wellness sectors, we see growth opportunity in Thailand in areas of enhancement of local cosmetic manufacturing, which are mostly SMEs, upgrading the supply of local herbs, both in terms of quality and quantity, and also technology that helps extraction and purifying bioactive compounds is a focus in this case as well. For higher value products and services, we can see that the medical devices and supplies as a promising sector, along with the steady expansion of medical and wellness tourism after the pandemic. Also, the local API, or active pharmaceutical ingredients, and biopharma manufacturing is also in an acceleration pace in Thailand. Next, please. So in terms of energy, material, and biochemical, Thailand is one of the top producers and exporters of several agricultural commodities, but they are sold at low value. So more than 40 million tons of biomass are underutilized, yet 67% of our energy are imported. And I'm sure this situation also happened in several countries in ASEAN. So this gap presents opportunity for technology and innovation to be employed. And one of our focus is biorefinery technology that enable the conversion of biomass into energy, chemicals, and biomaterials. And this significantly raises the value of these crops and their byproducts. So the initiatives include biofuel derived from industrial waste, biomass to energy, and also biodegradable plastic. And of course, like all sectors in BCG, it needs collaboration among all players and integrative efforts of technologies. Next. So here I would like to give you some example at biotech. NASA, again, to establish the biorefinery process, different research teams closely collaborated from utilization of biomass, enzyme discovery from microbial collection, TBRC, and also bioprocessing for product production. So one of the important factors is having infrastructure and platform that comply with various type of biomass and target products, as shown here. This is like the combination of integration of the efforts of several labs that work together to make sure that this can happen. But this will still not enough. We in the next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes. We have to have like each step should be customized and make sure that it's optimized, and so it can be linked together more efficiently. And this shows the important factor to expedite the utilization of microbes. So what we need here is the efficient and well accessible microbial bioresources center, and I'm sure that in Indonesia you also have the very nice bioresource center in BRIN as well. And also we also here in this slide, apart from bioresource center, we also need the high throughput screening platform to efficiently evaluate microbes to make sure that it will be fast and very high throughput and very efficient. And lastly, robust production system that can be industrially scaled up. Next, please. Again, at Biotech NASA, the bioprocessing platform also includes the strain development, which the new hosts have been developed, optimization process via high throughput system, and also pre-pilot scale development for genetically modified microbes that produce the target products. And of course, to make sure that all research output can directly be transferred to industry, Thai government has also invested more in the larger facility called EECI, or Eastern Economic Corridor of Innovation, and with the infrastructure for pilot scale production for microbial products in Thailand. Next, please. So EECI, which has officially been launched on 16 this month, that means that's already launched, is situated at Wangjan Valley, Rayong province. And this has been the government and private partnership project with several infrastructure for BCG economy concepts, and one of which is biorefinery pilot plant, which will be fully operated in 2023. And with that, it's with several systems that can accommodate the GM production as well. GM is genetically modified organism production in this facility as well. So it's kind of the facility that really help with the BCG in action. Next, please. And of course, the last but not least important sector that I want to share today is the tourism and creative economy. So before the COVID-19, Thailand had 40 million foreign tourists coming annually, and we earn over 100 billion baht from the tourism industry. However, the revenue concentrated heavily on only 8 out of 77 provinces. So that is a lot of expansion possibility there. both in terms of spreading to the secondary cities as well as targeting higher income segments. And in terms of creative economy, the estimated current value is around 10 to 12% of the GDP, mainly from handicraft and fashion. So in this sector, we see opportunity post-COVID-19 in areas like digitizing the payment system with the public payment gateway for tourism business, rehabilitated top tourism destination and secondary city destination, sustainable goods and services with the circular design and green technology, as well as the opportunity in the new target segment like agritourism, low carbon tourism, and knowledge tourism. Next, please. So in Thailand, to make sure that there is a related policy to drive BCG, 13 measures have been proposed by the BCG board that chaired by the Thai Prime Ministers, and NASDA is the secretariat. As listed on this slide, which I will not go into detail now, but we could share the slide presentation, of course, and you can look at this later. So this is like to-do list for all sectors, including all ministry, private sectors, and local communities to achieve BCG goals. Next, please. And here are some BCG activities that have already been initiated by several sectors in Thailand to support the BCG ecosystem. For example, hold on. I'm not sure, like maybe someone tried to mute me. Please don't mute me. Okay. Okay. So the first is the investment incentive provided by the BOI, such as corporate tax exemption, already given to more than 50 BCG related activities, investment promotion for the circular economy and carbon reduction. Also, the low interest loan provided by Thai commercial banks for the green businesses, and the forestry carbon project in which enterprises engaging in the forestry carbon projects on the government's land, receiving 90% share of carbon credits, and S&T infrastructure investment like ECI that I just showed you, and policy support on BCG. So here is like several things that a Thai government doing in terms of promoting the BCG in business. Next, please. So BCG in action is not only one of the key elements to directly drive the SDG or Sustainable Development Goal, but also in line with several national plans and strategy. For example, Green Growth Strategy by Japan and in several countries as well. And we also learned that, in fact, most ASEAN member states or AMS embrace the sustainable concept in their national plans. For example, Singapore with the Singapore Green Plan 2030, emphasizing on clean energy, green economy, and sustainable living. Malaysia also launched National Green Technology Policy, focusing on energy, smart building, transportation, and waste management. Indonesia has launched National Green Growth Roadmap, which features green growth opportunity in each sector, including policy and investment. And Philippines had National Climate Change Action Plan, which will be spanned until 2028, focusing on important issues like food, water, energy, and capacity building. So from this example, it is clearly shown that AMS already moved forward with this concept of a sustainable development, and this is in line with Thai's National Agenda BCG, Biocircular and Green Economy that I just mentioned. So this means we, ASEAN, is heading in the same direction, which is to preserve our environment, initiate active measure to promote green growth, and using STI to convert our biodiversity into high value product that is also safe for our environment. It is therefore timely to set initiative under the same goal for ASEAN to ensure that together we could have efficient and resilient development plan, especially post-COVID-19. So the so-called ASEAN BCG network has therefore been set up. The network has already been endorsed in the ASEAN Committee on Science, Technology and Innovation, or ASEAN COSTI, and also in the ASEAN Informal Ministerial Meeting on STI in 2021. And the network itself becomes the ASEAN priority to be delivered in 2022 and 2023. Next, please. So the network is essentially a coalition of public, private, and non-governmental organizations in ASEAN with strong interest in biocircular and green economy. It aims to strengthen ASEAN capacity in research, development, and technology diffusion to enable the adoption of applicable technology for sustainable development. And the network itself will serve as a gateway to catalyze collaboration within ASEAN and other research technology demonstration, technology localization, and importantly, potential commercialization on BCG. Next, please. So we expect that this ASEAN BCG network will benefit not only just researchers and innovators, but also to business sector and policymakers. And not just in ASEAN, but the network is expected to be the part of global network and work together with others to achieve the Global Sustainable Development Goal, or SDG. Next, please. So the ASEAN BCG network planning consists of 3 phases as shown here. At the first phase, the focus is on building awareness and understanding of BCG economy among all sectors and among all ASEAN countries. So during this phase, we also call for members and together with the development of framework for ASEAN BCG network implementation. And the following year has been devoted to capacity building and exchanging information. And the expected outcome is the capacity building program for the AMS. And the last phase will focus on collaborative project as well as co-creating mechanism among AMS, including those infrastructure sharing and capacity building among AMS and with dialogue partners. We are now moving towards phase 2, which will emphasize on capacity building among AMS. Next. So our upcoming activity is ASEAN BCG Researcher Development Program. Essentially, it aims to support the capacity building for researchers in ASEAN, especially early career researchers. So the course will include several skills important for them. For example, science communication, building the research network, and of course, understanding and driving the SDG in ASEAN. There will be 2 phases. Phase 1 will be online program. Then the phase 2 will be the on-site workshop in which the selected candidates will be sponsored by the host, which is NASDA, and the funding agency in Thailand called PMUB. So if you are interested, please scan this barcode and please register. The deadline will be by 15th of January 2023. So you still have plenty of time to join. Okay, so I think that's it. Yes, so I will stop my presentation here. And if you are interested to learn more about ASEAN BCG network or interested to join us, please contact us at aseanbcg@nasda.or.th or see more detail on our website that presented in this slide. Thank you very much, and I will be happy to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lula Wilaichi. This really enlightened us on the idea of Thai bioeconomy, circular and green economy, which enable sustainable development goal and also to ensure sustainable biodiversity and bioresources to protect environment and community. We will have discussion after the third speaker. So for those of the participants already come up with a question, you may start to write it down on the chat box, and please don't forget to mention the question to whom the question is going to be addressed.
Sorry, Dr. Diana.
Yes.
I will might have to leave earlier due to my prior engagement. I'm not
Oh,
sure if you have any quick question for me.
oh, okay.
Or
So, for
just
Dr.
right now.
Lily, we can have a question and answer right now, since we have like more than 10-minute
Yes.
discussion. So
Thank
for question, can we use a chat box, or also directly using just raise your hand if any question from the audience? Okay, maybe question from me, Dr. Lily. Just would like to maybe comment from you if like this is the great idea of Thai policy, right? So just a short comment, maybe if all the countries start to use the model like BCG model, BCG system, and how powerful is it is program to overcome or at least to minimize the effect of climate change?
Oh, that's a very good question, because I think this BCG concept is directly want to address the climate change problem, because we don't just think about bioeconomy and competitiveness in terms of economy, but we also think about the balance in terms of environmental impact as well as a society. So that means that a lot of issue that we create or innovate, we have to think about the environment. For example, like we promote more in terms of alternative energy, not using oil and gas, but try to use the platform that produce less carbon emission, for example. So that kind of thing is actually in line with the solving the climate crisis. Yeah.
Oh, yes.
But I think the other good thing about the BCG model is not just using STI, but we also promote the collaboration among all sectors. That means that the way we do is we use the Prime Minister is is follow up every 6 months on the progress of this, and with that meeting we have all the ministries, the ministers of all ministries sit together, and he follow up with all the sectors to see if there are any progresses. So everything can go very quickly. A lot of law and acts that sometimes quite slow, it can progress very quickly, and that's the way we can solve the climate climate challenges, because otherwise in the normal circumstance it will not happen.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. And from Thai experience, usually this is very great idea regarding the collaboration and all of the applicable program. Who usually initiate the collaborative project? I mean, this is from research center or university or government? From your experience.
Okay, so so that if from my experience, it's a long experience. Well, there are various kind of experiences, but with the BCG model, the good thing is that we get the industry to be the part of it, and they have to invest as well, not just come and sit and then tell us what the problem, what they want, but they have to invest. So you can see like EECI that I mentioned, it's like the PTT is the largest company in Thailand, also invest in the land, invest in many infrastructure as well. So they, with that, it's kind of like make things going on, and other smaller company want to follow. So I think that's how it happens. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. And this is one question from the audience. What is the main obstacle in the implementation of BCG in Thailand?
Yeah, well, there are a lot of many obstacles, of course. Like when you say you want the collaboration, but then who will be be the coordinator?
Yeah.
I think that's very important, and I think NASDA play that role in terms of being the coordinator because we are in the center of technologies, and we also can link with everyone, both private and government. So I think the coordination of that is important, and we try to solve that by having the many structures of the committees. For example, we have 11 subcommittees take care of each subject, and these committees was chaired by the private sector, but NASDA is the secretariat. So NASDA is the secretariat of all committees, like including the one that's chaired by the prime ministers. So everything is seamlessly connected and coordinated. So I think the one thing that important to make the project, any project successful, is you need a very good coordination. I think that's my key. I mean, of course, you can save money, budgets, others, but that's also the problem. But I think the coordination is the most important. If you get it right, 50% is already success.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, Dr. Puspita.
Hi, Puspita, how are you? Nice to see
How are
you.
you? Thank you very much, Dr. Lily, for a very nice presentation. I have one question about the involvement of industries in BCGs that maybe we have to build up together in ASEAN at least. How Thailand create the startup companies on bio-based product, to produce bio-based product. Would you share your experiences on that? Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a very good question, and it's very difficult to answer because it's like there are many angles to it. Because when you talk about startup, you talk about technologies, right? It can start from the lab. It can be, the person who created could be the researchers, or it could create it from like SME that want the products from the lab, and then they can value created that product and have that their own company for that. So there are several kind of things, but I think the problem, not the problem, but I think the main factor that we need in every country, and also I think it's happened in Indonesia as well, is that you need a great platform, efficient platform to support your startups or SME. And in Thailand, we have also NASDA also work in terms of having a small incubation unit, having the startup system, but we also have other organizations in Thailand that promote this kind of startups as well. There are several, mechanisms. Either they give out the funding, give out the loan with the no interest, or and NASDA also share the technology with the smaller license fee. So there are several things, but of course the startup itself, and also there are some other like investment day that they can do the pitching, and like kind of have the competition, and before the competition they also teach you how to pitch and do several other things. So there are plenty of activities that help to promote that. But then I think it's, in the end of the day, I think it's important to look at the technologies, if it's really scalable, if it's really commercially available. And I think our role as the researcher are very important. And I think we need to evaluate our own technology very well and work closely to the commercially oriented people, so they know what I think it's similar to what Dr. Hidayat just mentioned, that need to work closely with the industry to know their minds, to know what they need, and then technology and this connected. But of course, the platform government need to support, but as a researcher, you need to have a very good technology and commercial with the commercial potential, I think. Sorry, I might not answer very quickly, but this is my idea. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much,
guys.
Dr. Lily. Yeah, we also in BRIN, we try to work close together with industry. We open the facilities, research facility for all of the people. But it's, as you mentioned, it's still really difficult to build the startup companies on a bio-based product. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. I still want to add that still, even about the startup, the coordinator is important. Sometimes you need person who understand both products and both business, and to help you with that, to follow through, to make sure that it's go to the end, and it succeed this goal. Otherwise, sometimes you will be in the situation where the researcher was told that, oh, okay, if you want to do this, you have to see this person. And then when you finish this, you have to see another person. And then you go to another person.
Yeah.
It's like, it never ends. And then the researchers just give up, because they said it's better to just go back and publish, right? So I think it's important to curate or, develop those coordinators. And I think I have to go back to the course that I just mentioned to you. This is for the researchers or for the scientists who want to be, in the end, you can coordinate everything as well. So this ASEAN Researcher Program, I encourage you all to, look at it and maybe encourage your young scientists in your lab to apply, because there is an age limit. It's like 35, so not more than 35. So please encourage your younger generation to look into this course, and maybe you can be trained to be, not just a researcher, but you can be coordinating many important projects as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Lily. So actually the keyword is one person who can facilitate, right? Both of the science and also management and business. Okay, have a great day, Dr. Lily.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Have a great day, everyone.
So we would like to continue for our plenary session. Okay. Our first plenary session is with the topic Waste Biorefinery Toward a Sustainable Circular Bioeconomy, a Solution to Global Issues. He's the president of International Bioprocess Association Malaysia, Director Sustainable Food Processing Research Center, University of Nottingham, Malaysia, Co-Director Future Food Malaysia, Professor of Biochemical Engineering, Department of Chemical and Environmental Engineering, Faculty of Science and Engineering, University of Nottingham, Malaysia. His research interest is in biochemical engineering, bioprocess engineering, microalgae technology, bioenergy, and biorefinery. He also received honor and award from Tan Sri Emeritus Professor Agustin Ong International Special Award on 2021, and on 2020 APEC Science Prize for Innovation, Research and Education Aspire Malaysia Award. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our plenary session speaker, Professor Paul Lok Show.
All right, everybody, good morning. All right, please allow me to share my screen right now. Right, this is a stream. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so let me start with my presentation today. I given 20 minutes, so I hope that you will bear with me 20 minutes. I will try my best to finish it within the time given. So this is my first slide. This is not my last slide. Yeah, I always start with thank you. I want to thank the 9th International Symposium for Innovation Bioprocess Indonesia on Biotechnology and Bioengineering 2022. So my name is Shopal, can call me Paulo. I'm from Nottingham, Malaysia. So next slide, please. Right, so just a quick introduction about myself. I believe just how Professor Diana have mentioned about it. Yeah, so just a little bit talk about my myself. Actually, currently I'm a technology advisor under this high value, high tech agriculture, Ministry of Agriculture in Malaysia. So in this, actually I'm the advisor whenever there is a new project, new proposal, and also new finding from this Malaysia agriculture. So I'm working on this. Also a university ranking advisor under this high Mocha University. Also a founder and president of International Bioprocess Society in Malaysia. Director of Food Processing Research Center, Nottingham, Malaysia, as well as co-director of Fusion Food Malaysia, become excellent. So I just got promoted to become a full professor in biochemical engineering 2019. It's a very young professor, I can say. I also visiting professor in this Wenzhou University. I got my PhD in bioprocess engineering in 2 years. As well as right after my PhD, I further another degree we call PGCG, current fellow of higher education academic, chartered chemical engineer, which is ICAME, as well as next please. As well as fellow of Industry of Chemical Engineering. So I also associate scientist and professional engineer, professional technology, and corporate member of IEM. Right. So just a quick introduction about myself. As mentioned just now, our research actually covered in three areas. The first one is a bioprocess from upstream to downstream. Second is separation and purification engineering. The third one is more toward biorefinery. We call it a microalgae biorefinery. So in these three research area, I will combine it. I will share with you how we work together in the teams, yeah, in the big umbrella. So let's move to the next slide, please. So today's topic, I will share with you what is the waste biorefinery towards a sustainable circular bioeconomy, a solution to global issue. Yeah, because what I'm going to highlight today, actually we divide into 3 topics. The first topic, which is I will share with you what is microalgae first. So after microalgae, I will share with you what is biorefinery? Because I believe biorefinery is very important in this circular economy. Then I will share with what is artificial intelligence. Then I will share with you the latest technology developed by our team. We call it liquid biophasing system. All right, next slide, please. Right, so first of all, what is algae? Because everybody heard about algae. Actually, algae, you can get it from a lot of water, seawater, fresh water, as well as the wastewater. Right, so next slide, please. Right, so you can see algae, we have a lot of products, yeah, a lot of, it's actually, okay, we can say it's a plant-based, yeah, you can synthesize a lot of products. So just next please. So you can see algae actually is a plant which can grow rapidly, I can say, can grow very rapidly, can grow multiple times within a day, grow with the help of carbon dioxide, which is free of charge, because what we want is reduce carbon dioxide and with free sunlight as well as nutrient-rich water. Nutrient-rich water can be wastewater, can be seawater, and can be fresh water as well. The range of this actually can form unicellular to multicellular. Unicellular meaning that single cell, multicellular multiple cell, resize from 0.5 micrometer, which we call it microalgae, which we already use. We cannot see using our naked eyes, we only can see by our microscope. While like a macroalgae, which is big algae, which can long as big as 100 meters, we call macroalgae. In layman term, we call seaweed. Right, next slide, please. Right, so this is the composition of microalgae. So you can see we have required sunlight, which is free of charge. We have available better of sunlight, yeah, especially in the area Indonesia as well in Malaysia. Water can be wastewater, fresh water, and seawater. Inorganic carbon, which is carbon dioxide, and also NPK, which is nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. So the main composition in microalgae divide into 3. The first one is a carbohydrate, which can have a lot of byproduct. As an example, we have bioethanol, bioprotanol, bioplastic, which is a product can get from microalgae. While protein is the main protein, I believe you heard about spirulina, right? Spirulina actually is a microalgae, which can produce a lot of protein. Can make in animal feed, can make in the biofertilizer, human nutrients. While for lipid, you can make a lot of biofuel, yeah, as example, biodiesel and nutraceuticals. right? So next, please. So we cannot forget also that is a very, very minor things compound available in this microalgae, example, vitamin, mineral, pigment, and also polyunsaturated fatty acids. So this actually very important, why I say so, because all this, right, you cannot get in most of the animal, the food that we eat, but you can get it from microalgae, right? So next slide, please. Right, this is a short video. I'm not sure you're able to see it or not. Try to play it. You're able to play the short video here. And there is a sound actually, yeah. There's the audio. Can you play the audio as well? Maybe let me share my screen.
10,000 million by 2050?
Yes,
How
correct.
can we produce 60% more food than today in just 3 decades when the climate change and eroded soils are greatly affecting agricultural productivities? With this critical scenario, we need to find innovative solutions to help us tackle the problems. In this context, microalgae have real potential to contribute towards the sustainable development. But what do you really know about microalgae? Microalgae are microorganisms that first appeared on Earth around 3,000 millions of years ago and created the atmosphere as we know it today. They are the first organisms that performed oxygenic photosynthesis and are therefore the origin of all known plant-based life. They are the reason why we have oxygen on Earth. And still today, microalgae living in the oceans provide us with more than half of the oxygen we have. Also known as phytoplankton, they are the first link in the aquatic food chain. However, we have not paid much attention to them until now, because we now know that they have great potential to improve our lives in many ways. There are more than 60,000 different species, all of them with different biochemical composition and properties, hence with many different potential applications. Furthermore, they are highly productive, even allowing a daily harvest. They don't compete with conventional agriculture since they don't need fertile lands to be grown. And they are an inexhaustible source of biochemical richness, including proteins, omega-3 fatty acids, carbohydrates, carotenoids, polysaccharides, vitamins or phytohormones, among many others. Thanks to this composition and their biodiversity, they are a raw material with immense potential for application in many different sectors. Microalgae can be a key part of the solution because they are a source of clean, sustainable, and inexhaustible biofuels. Because they are one of the most efficient CO2 biofixation systems in the world. Because they are a novel food source cataloged as the food of the millennium by the FAO of the United Nations. But more importantly, microalgae-derived products are already playing a key role in considerably increasing productive yields in agriculture, aquaculture, and animal production. For all these reasons, we not only owe microalgae life as we know it, but also the improvement of our lives in the coming years. They are our origin, but they are also our future.
So this is a video about, actually this video is talking about the whole summary, what is microalgae, what is the composition, why we need microalgae. So as per the video mentioned that microalgae actually is our origin, yeah, because our human exist in the world, there's microalgae really. And microalgae also our future. Why? Because microalgae can be a future food, can be a future fuel as well. Right, so let me proceed to the second topic that I will share with you, which is why microalgae biorefinery. So you can see in microrefinery, as I mentioned just now, right, we have lipid, protein, carbohydrate, and other pigment. We call it algae biomass. Because this is microalgae, we have a plant-based, we already take cell wall. We need to undergo a pre-treatment to break the cell wall. So what is the pre-treatment that we can apply it? We can sonification, microwave, enzymatic, hydrothermal, pulse electric, and also thermal shock. So this is a pre-treatment to break the cell wall. After breaking the cell wall, right, so you can see a carbohydrate, lipid, and protein. Undergo fermentation, you will see a lactic acid. So for lipid undergo transfiguration, you have produced glycerol and this cell. So you can see some lactic acid as well. So for protein, you can undergo some process. You will produce fertilizer, supplement, and also food product. So all these processes, right, you will involve on wastewater. So for the wastewater, yeah, you can reuse it, recycle it, and for the cultivation of microalgae. So the whole process, actually, we call it microalgae biorefinery. So you can see it actually is a circular economy as well as zero waste discharge from the system. Right, next slide, please. Right, so next topic I will share with you guys why we want to put artificial intelligence in the system. Because we sometimes we need to think in the positive way. Even we can see pandemic give a big impact, but pandemic also give us some benefit, which is we have no choice, cannot go to lab. So we have to learn something from home. So that's why in my team, right, we develop artificial intelligence in this microalgae biorefinery. Next slide, please. So I will share with you what is artificial intelligence. So actually, just a quick preview of artificial intelligence, actually referring to a simulation of human intelligence. So actually, we are going to train a machine that are programmed to think like a human and mimic their actions. So whatever that you think, whatever that you want to do, you can do the coding, programming, and do the simulation of it. So we call it artificial intelligence. So our team will develop this artificial intelligence in this photobioreactor, as well as to using mobile phone to do the real-time monitoring of the cultivation process, extraction. So next slide, please. So just to recap for you, yeah, what is the first industry revolution? We focus on steam engine. While next please, second revolution, we focus on electric motorized SMP line. That's where you can see a conveyor belt, a lot of conveyor belt in the industry. Third one, actually, we focus on roboting with a robot. This way you can see a robotic arm. For industry revolution, we a lot of people talking about production of system that learn and adapt the predictions. So this is we call our fourth industry. So after that, we combine everything together. We come up with a system we call a liquid biorefinery system. Actually, it's a new biorefinery techniques. So let me share with what is liquid biorefinery system. Right, next slide, please. So liquid biorefinery actually is a liquid partitioning method of two liquid phases. So we involve a liquid system in the system. Actually, we involve two liquids together. So in our team, we successfully recover as separate magnetic compounds. So some example I can share with color pigment, protein, carbohydrate, lipid, vitamin, mineral, enzyme, nutrient, aroma, heavy metal, active. So whatever that you mentioned, that we name it, so we can use this liquid biorefinery to do the separations. So in the next slide, I will share with you how to do this liquid biorefinery system. So in order to prepare liquid biorefinery, it's actually very simple, just mixing and shaking. Just how you make coffee. I believe coffee, like coffee, creamer, sugar, and also hot water. So in this liquid biorefinery, actually very simple. You just mix everything. There is another gradient force. In this liquid biorefinery, there is two main factors affecting the system. The first one is the phase forming component. Just like make coffee, you need robot Arabica coffee bean or Robusta coffee bean. So you can see you can add a self-destructive agent as separation pressure agent. So the first step actually you put all this together. Then you can see next step is you have the phase separate. It can be a salt, sugar, iron liquid, all this. So you can see all the particular right representation at the top. This we add as a separation and purification agent. Right. Next slide, please. So the next thing I want to share with you are the smart extraction technology in liquid biorefinery system. So what is smart extraction technology? Actually, smart things meaning that we implement the artificial intelligence system. So extraction technology actually combining upstream and downstream together. So how work in actually one phase, you can see is a phase forming component. Phase forming component can be iron liquid, can be polymer, can be salt, can be sugar, plus a feed which is nutrient, medium, and microalgae biomass. We do the normal cultivation or process. After that, we heat it above critical storage temperature. A lot of people will question why we need to heat it, because we deal with live organism. Heat will involve a lot of energy, but in that case, we don't heat too high. We only heat 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. We want to see the two phases. On top, after heating process, you can see top phase, you can see product and water. You just remove the water, you got your pure product. Pure product can be lipid, protein, carbohydrate, DHA, pigment, whatever that you want to extract. Bottom phase consists of phase forming component biomass, which you can recycle. So this is how we work together. We call it our bottom phase recycling system. Of course, we put the smart extracting system. So this video we can share with you how we do the simulation of simulator of cultivation and biorefinery microalgae. Yeah. So you can see from this video, right, this is a single step extraction. So we're using alga culture separation by this. So at the same time, we cultivate a microalgae. At the same time, we do the extraction of microalgae peptide compound from microalgae. So you can see after the harvesting system, we heat up the critical solution temperature. You can see two phases. Yeah, two phases. Top phase you can see are all biomass. Alright, so after that, after the critical solution temperature, right, so maybe 40 to 50 degrees Celsius, you see the two phases. All the biomass will break the cell wall and we will partitioning to the bottom phase. So on top of it, right, you can see a thin layer of oil. Bottom phase, you can see a water. And this one is a biomass used to recycle. Yeah, why we claim it as smart? Because we put some sensor and we can put a Wi-Fi. This one we can monitor using our handphone. So time to time we can see the concentration of the biomass, concentration of water, and concentration of our oil layer on top. So this is why we claim it as a smart technology. Yeah, this method we already patented and we use it in mining industry. So let's proceed with waste biorefinery toward sustainable circular economy, a solution to global issue or not. Yeah, actually, yes, I can say we need to have a right combination at the right time in the right place. Yeah, because a lot of things happen around there. So I think this is our new book. I can just want to share with you. Actually, starting from 2019, we think that application is not enough to reach a wider audience. That's why we come up with books. So first book we produce, we call bioprocess engineering. Second book is that we have is liquid biosystem that I will share with you. The third book actually we produce the prospect of Industry 5.0 in binary manufacturing. So you can have a look. I think the latest book that we produced this year, we call it Microalgae for Environmental Biotechnology. So this is the latest book that we produced. Actually, you can check the book in most of the bookstore and also Google Book already. Right, next slide, please. All right. So this is the next slide. I think this next slide is a lot of information, to share with you our website as well as to keep in touch. I believe some of you may be shy to ask questions now, so you can text me or email me anytime that you want. Right. So this is my WhatsApp, my Facebook, my Talk, and my Zalo, and my WeChat as well. So this is my website. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Shaw, on very interesting presentation on how beneficial of biorefinery of microalgae, with the emphasis on novel purification and separation using liquid bioplastic systems or circular bioeconomy. So we will have discussion after one more plenary speaker.
Thank you.
Okay, let's continue to the second plenary session. Our speaker for the second plenary session is Dr. Tony Hadibarata. He's an associate professor from Faculty of Engineering and Science, Curtin University, Malaysia, and also a young professor on Center for Coastal Disaster Mitigation and Rehabilitation Studies, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, University of Diponegoro, Indonesia. He obtained PhD and master degree in environmental chemistry and microbiology from Ehime University, Japan, and Bachelor of Science from University of Mulawarman, Indonesia. His research interests in environmental chemistry, environmental microbiology, environmental engineering, bioremediation of toxic pollutants, water and wastewater treatment, and also in microbial enzyme with H index 37. Please welcome our plenary speaker, Dr. Tony Hadibarata.
Very good morning. Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so very good mornings, everyone. So today I would like to share my research about recent advance on biodegradations and bioremediations of emerging pollutants. Next slide, please. Okay. This all about waters. In Malaysia, the situation is 90% of water supply in Malaysia is came from the rivers. Unfortunately, the pollutions of river is increasing. So until now, I have the data until 2019, still 10 polluted rivers as well as 49 slightly polluted rivers. So the pollutions is came from the point source, from the sewage treatment plants, manufacturing, agro-based industry, as well as from non-point source from the agricultural activity, plantation, and surface runoff. Next, please. Okay. The problems in the wastewater treatment system in Malaysia is only effective for the conventional pollutant, as well as the BOD, COD, THS, and so on and so on. But there is no parameters effective for the emerging contaminants removals, as we seen from the tables. Most of them still showing low removings for the emerging contaminant. So it is very important to create the effective treatments, especially for the emerging contaminants. Next, please. Okay, the emerging contaminant is the pollutant. Actually, the pollutants has been detected in the water bodies. But the problem is there is no regulations, no regulation, no policy, or no environmental laws to manage or to arrange about this kind of pollutants. So in this study, I will focusing on the pH, polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, as well as the microplastics. If you check the publication of these two emerging contaminants, increasing year by year. Next, please. Okay, so we start from the biodiversity in Southeast Asia. As we know that Southeast Asia or ASEAN regions is having a highest biodiversity, including the non-wood product. We are focusing later in the non-wood products. So until 2015, 206.5 million hectares of forest cover Southeast Asia, but currently the problem is the deforestation, increasing year by year. Here the data, we can see the data that increasing of deforestation from 2001 until 2016, as well as the increasing of the productions forest. Next, please. Okay, this is the Sarawak. Sarawak is 37% of Malaysian regions, consisting 800,000 of protected areas, national parks, wildlife, nature reserve, and currently Sarawak has 15 national parks and open to visitor as the tourist destination in Sarawak. Okay, so here we focusing on the mushroom, the mushrooms that we want to utilize. Next, please. Okay, this is the utilization of mushrooms in biotechnology for biopulpings, for the brewings and the reproduction, as well as the fermentations. But in this study, I would like to focus on the environmental management. Environmental management utilize some enzymes extracted from the mushrooms, such as the lactase, the phenol-oxidase, lipase, peroxidase, and phytase. Next, please. Okay, maybe this is everybody already know, but the type of wood decay fungi. We have three types of fungi: white roots, brown root, and soft root. That why we use this fungi, because the similarity of the lignin, because the fungi, the component of woods can be degraded by the fungi, and we estimate that if the fungi can degrade the wood component, especially lignins, so the fungi can degrade the organic pollutants, especially the benzene rings pollutants. Next, please. There is 6 categories for the enzymes, but for the environmental remediations, only 3 playing roles: oxidoreductase, transferase, and hydrolase. So in this study, I will focusing on the oxidoreductase as well as hydrolase. Here, because these 2 enzymes is more effective for the pH as well as the microplastic. Next, please. Okay, the 3 ligninolytic enzymes is consisting 3 types: the lignin peroxidase, lactase, and manganese peroxidase. Every enzymes has characteristic. For the lignins, need the peroxidase to degrade or to substrate or to oxidize the pollutants. And for leachate, need the oxygens. And for the manganese peroxidase, similar with the lignins, but need the ionic manganese ions for the process. Next, please. And the leachate is one of the powerful enzymes due to the effectivity for degradations various pollutants, yeah, including the emerging contaminants. So there is two types of oxidations. First is direct without any addition of mediators, and the second is indirect with the additions of mediators. Of course, the two types of oxidations can degrade the pollutants, but mediators increasing the times and the process for transformations. Next, please. Okay, we are starting from the pH. We start from the beginnings, the screenings of the mushroom. Yeah, so I collect 800 for Bioengineering from several national park in Sarawak, yeah, Sarawak, Piasau, Lambir, Nia, Simalajo, and Baku, and these various forests, yeah, representing the hill mountainous tropical forest, the wetland forest, as well as the swamp forest. So the fungi is isolated using the agar mediums, yeah, agar mediums, and we check the effectivity or the resistances in 4 indicators. We use the poly R478, Remazole brilliant blue R, guaiacol, as well as the siningal dazin. You can see the structure of this indicator is similar with the structure of the emerging contaminant. And then we screen based on the growing, yeah, growing as well as the decolorization, and we identify the names of the fungi. Next, please. Yeah, this is some of the pictures that collected from the forest. Yeah, we collect 459 species during the wet seasons and 345 species during the dry season. So 62% is belong to the saprophytic fungi, and as well as the edible 38%, as well as the inedible. Yeah. Next, please. So the identifications of the fungi was conducted by microscopic, yeah, by observing, touching, smelling, testing, microscopics by the measure the size and shape of the spore as well as the arrangement of the spores, and the finals, the molecular identifications by sequencing of PCR amplified part of the 18S RNA with the universal primer. Next, please. And the degradations process conducted like this. Yeah, this is the flow. Yeah, the flow of the experiments. First, the media preparations, and then culturing, incubation for several days, extraction using several solvent combination, yeah, including the separation using the column chromatography, and for the enzymes productions was identified or with the UV fish spectrophotometers with some substrates. For the detection of the metabolites is checking using the GCMS, yeah, GCMS the finals, but we have to check also the melting points, the UV fish, as well as the TLC, yeah. And then we compare the results of the sample with the standards in the GCMS, or we can compare with the synthesis if we don't have the compounds, and also checking in the library of the GCMS. Next, please. Okay, this is the mechanisms. Yeah, the mechanisms. If the mycelia grow, they will produce the enzyme. Yeah? There is the enzymes. The enzymes will extract, yeah, to the liquid culture, and liquid culture will oxidize the pollutants. Yeah, the pollutants in the liquid mediums, and convert it into the simple structure of chemical. And if the simple structure is composed, the compound will be absorbed to the fungal body and degraded in the fungal body. So we compare the sample with the standards library as well as the synthesis using the UV fish, melting point, TLC, GCMS, and FTIR. Next, please. So we can see here that most of the pH, penantrans, anthracene, and pyrines, 3 rings and 4 rings pH was degraded, was degraded more than 60%. The question is the pollutants or are the pollutant eliminated by biosources or by biotransformations? So we have to check letters. Next, please. Okay, here we can see that we found some metabolites, some metabolites from the penantrans, from the anthracenes, as well from the pyrene, and as well as the fungi that playing role in the degradations. We can see from the right columns. So we can conclude that the removal of the pH in the culture is conducted by the transformations process. Next, please. Okay, this is the pathway of the penantrans degradation. Basically, the most of the pH consisting the Bay regions and K region, and these regions, this both region is most active in compared with the other regions. So we can see here that the K regions was oxidized, by the enzymes to form depending acids, 1-hydroxy-2-nitric acids, hydroxybenzoic acid, as well as the pyrocatechol. The compounds in the brackets, between the bracket, was not identified in our culture. So this is confirming with the table previously, the table of the spectral analysis. Okay, next, please. And this is for anthracenes. Anthracenes, there is 2 role of enzyme here. The first role by lacase, to convert the anthracenes into the anthracene quinones, and finally forms the phthalic acid by the intra and extra enzymatic conversions or end-ring fissions to finally forms a benzoic acid. In the other routes, the dioxygenase and the dehydrogenase converting the anthracenes into the anthracene 1,2 diols, and finally form the benzoic acid. So unfortunately, we cannot find the both compounds between the brackets. Next, please. And this is the pyrenes, similar with the previous metabolites. So there is 2 pathway. First one is phthalic acids, because the final product is the phthalic acids, as well as the salicylic acid pathway. So we can confirm that all pH has been transformed by the enzymes of the fungi collected from the forest. Next, please. Okay, so the problem is, can the treatment be applied in situ? Can the fungi or the enzymes can be implemented in situ? So, of course not. We have to to immobilize the enzyme. Immobilize the enzymes to make sure to ensure the activity and stability still in the high performance. So there are 4 immobilization methods: cross-linking, adsorptions, covalent bindings, and entrapments or encapsulation. So each method has the advantages and limitations. And I will try to do the entrapment or encapsulation to combine the enzymes with the absorbent as well as the magnetic force. Next, please. Okay, so this is the grant from the Ministry of Higher Education about the prototype research. So we combine the enzymes with the absorbents with the magnetic powers to produce the magnesium. We call it the magnesium. Next, please. So the magnesium consisting the enzymes in the middle of the prototypes. The outer layer is adsorbent from the lignolysis waste, and the magnetic core in the inside. So we can implement the prototypes in situ, especially in the liquid or aquatic environments. So for example, if there is a crude oil contamination, so we can spray the magnesiums there, and then we can eliminate the magnesiums using the magnetic force. Next, please. So how strong the magnesium to degrade the organic pollutants? So we can see here the magnesium only cannot be effective only in the soil, because mainly focusing on the aquatic environment. Okay, next please. The other alternative method is using enzyme dispersion. So we combine the enzymes from the specific microbes, and then we combine with the aqueous enzymes and making formulation with the ionic liquid to perform the enzymatic dispersion. So the mechanism is similar with the magnesiums, but the shape of the prototype is liquid. So we can spray in the aquatic environments, and then we can convert or we can eliminate the crude oil or oil spills in on the sea. Next, please. Next, we are focusing on microplastics. As we know that the consumptions of the plastic in ASEAN increasing year by year. But we can see here the Malaysia is highest in the ASEAN country, 16.78 kilogram per capita. Per capita. Next, please. So in order to this reason, we want to check the occurrence of the microplastics in some river in Sarawak, as well as in the commercial marine fish in some market in Miri. So we check 3 rivers. 3 rivers which we collect the water and sediments, as well as the 5 fish from markets: skipjack tuna, mackerel, sea catfish, shrimp, bivalve. Each sample 2 kilograms per market. Okay, next please. This is the mechanisms how to analyze the water sample, the sediment sample, and commercial fish. In this study, we just only check the shape, size, and color of microplastic, as well as the functional groups. We didn't check until the mass concentrations, because we need the advanced equipments, and we don't have the equipments at the time. Next, please. So here the study, 3 rivers: Baram rivers, Miri rivers, and Nia rivers. If we compare with the other rivers in ASEAN, Indonesia and Thailand, yes, quite similar. We can compare similar. But if we check with other regions, so some rivers showing higher than the Barams, Miri, and Nia rivers. Next, please. And for the commercial marine fish, you can see that varies from the 11 items per kilograms until 20 items per kilogram. So we can compare with the other fish here. Some of them showing the high occurrence. For example, like yellowfin tuna, 5 per gram. This is per gram, not per kilograms. So if we convert to kilogram, maybe more than 500 or 5,000. Okay, next please. Okay, this is the situations in the Baram River. Baram River, we can see the construction of the microplastics in the Baram rivers. Fiber, pellets, fragments, films, and foam. Fragments showing the highest. Compared with the other shape of microplastics. Next, please. For size, we can see here the smallest size, 300 until 1,000 micrometer, showing the highest, because maybe the degradation or the deteriorations of the microplastics happens during the process of secreting, or extracting in the river. Next, please. And for the color, you can see the blacks and blue showing the highest for the occurrence of microplastic in Baram rivers. Next, please. And for the Miri rivers and Nia river, this is the configurations. I will not explain in detail, but yeah, this is the configurations for the size, the color, and the, yeah, okay, this is the occurrence of microplastic in fish, yeah, in fish, in commercial fish. You can see here the configuration of color, and then the fragments or types, as well as the size, yeah. Next, please. This is the picture, yeah, the picture that we found from the water sediments, as well as from the commercial fish, yeah, you can see here, yeah. Next, please. Okay, yeah, this is the, when we checked the microplastics in the FTIR, so you found that the types of microplastics belong to the polyethylenes, yeah, polyethylenes, and then the polypropylenes, polyurethanes, as well as the ethylene phenyl acetates, ethylene propylene monomer, as well as the butyl bromide. So we checked based on the stretchings of the carbon and hydrogens, as well as the bending of carbon and hydrogens bond. So basically, when we check again in the sample of the fish, mostly PE, yeah, PE is showing the highest concentrations of microplastic. Okay, next please. Okay, yeah, this is the mechanisms of screening, same with the previous one, yeah.
Dr. Tony, 1 more minute, please.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so this is the mechanism similar with the previous one. So, but the indicator is changing with the polyethylene, yeah, polyethylene. So we can find, or we found that the aspergillus integer is the strongest, yeah, showing 92% in 35 days, yeah. And when we check the enzymes, showing the cutinases, hydrolase, and esterase is showing the highest performance for the enzyme. Next, please. Okay, this is the mechanisms of degradation, yeah. The degradations, enzymes is attached to the surface of the polymers, yeah, and then the depolymerization happens, biofragmentation happens, become to monomers, and then the monomer will be adsorbed to the cell, yeah, the internal cell, and internal cell will convert the monomers into the energy and the CO2, H2O, and or CH4 if the mechanisms of anaerobic. Next, please. Yeah. When we compare with other, when we compare with the other microbes, yeah, aspergillus is showing the highest, yeah. But the problem is this is only for PE. We don't know for PP, PS, and PVG, yeah, as well as the metabolite of microplastics and the impact of aquaculture on microplastic contamination. So for the next, we will try to investigate these problems. Next, please. Next, please. Okay, yeah, this is the conclusion, yeah. The conclusion that enzymes, yeah, can make an effective sustainable strategy for the emerging contaminants degradation. I think that's all for the my presentation, because the time is over. Yeah, maybe you can show the journal. Yeah, the journal maybe for the, if audience want to download the paper. This is the paper, our paper for the presentation, as well as the acknowledgement from the various grant from Malaysian government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tony, for great presentation. So we will have a discussion. I would like to invite Professor Show. So for those of you who have questions, you may use chat, or you can raise your hand also. So this is there's a question for Professor Show from Ibu Penny Lestari, BRIN. One is, are all microalgae species beneficial, or is there also dangerous? And the second question is, how is the quality assurance of this microalgae related to purity?
Right, thank you for the questions. Yes, yes, you're right. Yeah, some microalgae, we cannot deny that some microalgae is harmful, some microalgae is not good. Yeah, actually, Microalgae can divide into two categories. The first one is beneficial algae, which can have a lot of product. Yeah, can give us some protein, carbohydrate, lipid. All this we call beneficial algae. While harmful algae maybe has some toxicity, may some ingredient that is not good for a human being. We call harmful algae. Yeah, because that's why in a lot of cases, right, we need to select very carefully the algae that we consume, that we use. That's why we need to do the isolation, purification, all this to select the good algae. Yeah, just to share with you, actually in algae, right, if you grow too much algae, we call algae bloom, right? It's not good, as we can consider it as a harmful algae as well. So that's why it's a good and harmful algae, right? For your second question, actually, is relating to the purity, right? So I can say the quality of the algae is very subjective, I can say. Yeah, because as I mentioned in my presentation, need to have a good purity of algae. If not, there are so many impurity, so many like example, the material that we don't want, the chemical that we don't want contained in the microalgae biomass, which is not good for human consumption or not good for animal as well, not good for other product as well. That's why the purity is important. Yeah, because in the traditional way we produce algae, we produce as much biomass, which we call upstream of bioprocess. So we cultivate as well as bioprocess, but in the bioprocess, right, we have a lot of ingredient purity that we don't want. That's why we need to go through a downstream processes, which is we need to do the purity extraction and also the recovery of the product from microalgae so that we can use it in any food supplement, medical, as well as a cosmetic product. So the purity will play an important role in the quality of microalgae. Thank you so much.
Okay. One question for Dr. Tony from Bapadani from BRIN. Some fungal cytochrome P450 also capable to catalyze biotransformation of PEH like oxidoreductase. However, the biotransformation product must be different because P450 cannot catalyze the formation of tyrosyl radical like oxidoreductase. Do you experience in the comparisons study of enzymatic activity of fungal oxidoreductase and for P450 against PEH? And second question is, did you identify PE degrading enzyme in Aspergillus niger? Are they PET hydroxylase?
Yes, thank you very much for the question from Dr. Danny. Basically I use here the peroxidase, yeah, because the oxidoreductase comprises three types, yeah, lactase, peroxidase, and the oxygenase, oxygenase divided by the mono and the deoxygenase. So I think P450, they will convert to not area of the K or B region. So basically in other that both area. So they will not making or not producing the quinone compound for the pH. Yeah. If you see my slide previously, most of the pH is converted to the quinone, yeah, the quinones because of the peroxidase and lactase. But for the P50, I think not making the quinones, but directly to the other pathway, maybe protocatechoic acids or the salicylic acid pathway. And for the identification of the PE degrading enzyme, yeah, we check at the beginning the cutinase and hydrolase, as well as the esterase, yeah, the enzymes detected in the Aspergillus niger culture, yeah. But we will try again. Is there any peroxidase or any oxidoreductase enzymes, yeah, producing by this microbe, yeah. Thank you.
Okay. I will give an opportunity to Ibu Yeni.
Thank you so much. Could you hear my voice?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to ask Professor Sopalo.
Your institution, please.
My institution is from the National Agency, National Research and Innovation Agency. So I would like to ask Professor Paulo about the production of the microalgae technique. So actually, I have an experiences of using the wastewater as a growth media for the microalgae. But as we know that sometimes the wastewater have like unbalanced nutrients that can not stimulate the high production of the microalgae, you know. So I would like to ask you if you have any experiences of using the wastewater and how to manipulate the wastewater to improve the growth of the microalgae without involving any like a chemical fertilizer or something. And the second question is about the composition of the microalgae itself, for example, like carbohydrate, protein, or liquid, or something like that. So, for example, I have an industry of the bioenergy, and I want my microalgae having a high carbohydrate, for example. Can we manipulate, like, for example, the growth condition of the microalgae so we can have the high content of the carbohydrate of our microalgae species? Thank you so much.
Right. Thank you so much, Ibu Hile, for the questions. Right. So to answer your first question, actually, I have some experience in cultivate microalgae using wastewater. So what I'm trying to do actually in Malaysia, because Malaysia we have a lot of palm oil mill and fluid, more we call it pomade, the wastewater from palm oil mill. So we cultivate because we have 4 ponds in the pomade. So we normally not dare to use the first pond because first pond is very concentrated, highly viscous, and the pH is very extreme. So what we do is we use the second, third, and fourth one to cultivate microalgae. The reason that we use third, fourth, and the fourth one, right? Because we think that the ingredient, the nutrient inside is suitable to grow microalgae. So in order to answer your question, actually, what we do in our lab first, actually we characterize the wastewater conditions, right? Whether it's suitable to cultivate certain type of microalgae. Because, like example, chlorella, spirulina, different type of microalgae, right? They need different of nutrient. So what we're going to do here, we characterize of the wastewater, which water can suitable to cultivate microalgae without doing any pre-treatment and any fertilizer involved in the wastewater. So we can direct use it. So this is something that we do in our lab, right? Yeah. To your second question, actually, what is the method? What is the idea that come up from me? Actually, you want to manipulate the concentration of the active compound in the microalgae. Very subjective, I can say, because different microalgae have different ability. Different microalgae have different strength also. Yeah, some microalgae rich in protein, some algae rich in carbohydrate, some algae rich in lipid. So I can say what we can do is we can have some microalgae strength study. So maybe we have, because currently we have our team developed a new consortium. We call it Algae Biotech Consortium. In this consortium, mainly we are collecting I think more than 300 strength around Asia. So maybe we can do together. We can exchange the strength. Yeah, maybe you have what strength you want, come to talk to me. Then we can share some strength with you so that you can cultivate in your site. Yeah, because the strength character is important to decide what product that you want. So let's say, example, just like you want to have a rich in carbohydrate. So maybe I can provide some strength that rich in carbohydrate. So you can try to cultivate in your site so you can produce the carbohydrate from your site. So this is something that my suggestion. Of course, some strength, right, is like I say, some strength is very need to undergo certain treatment like stress condition. So you provide a stress for them, so they will provide additional product that we want, like a hemococcus, yeah, to produce azacitidine. Now, these are some example. So different cultivation process, different optimization process, or different condition of medium, we have different product. Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. You're welcome.
Is there any other question? Okay, I have a question for Professor Show. Does a different species of microalgae is this require specific condition of a liquid biphasic system also? And if you have a problem with contamination during simultaneous cultivation, how do you manage?
Right. Thank you, Ibu Dina, for the questions. Yeah, actually you are right. Yeah, because for different microalgae you need different liquid biphasic system, because in this liquid biphasic system, they have a lot of combination. They have salt, yeah, sugar, they have under liquid, polymers, alcohol. So different product you want to extract, like example, you want to extract lipid from this microalgae, you need different of either liquid, different or salt water. Because even salt, right, they have different type of salt also. So you need different combination. Yeah, so different combination will produce different product. But you do not have to worry about the combination, because combination only happen one times, meaning that you do the optimization, everything sorry, then at the same formula you can produce the same product. So just like how you make coffee, you already have correct concentration of your flavor, temperature, and the creamer amount they put inside. So you continue using that formula, that is your taste already, this is your flavor already. So I can say this is a different combination. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
And for Dr. Tony, how do you manage the production costs to produce the bioactive compound to be applicable for user or maybe other stakeholder?
Okay, yeah. Basically, we still trying to find the cheapest way to produce the mechanism, yeah, especially for the absorbents. So we can use the absorbents from the agricultural waste. So this is cheaper than we are ordering from the supplier, yeah, or from the commercial supplier. So we create the absorbents from the agricultural waste because we have equipment here to produce the activated carbons. And for the enzymes, yeah, as enzymes, especially we try to find the best fungi that produce high units of enzymes in liter or gram. Yeah? So basically, if the productivity highest for enzyme productions, as well as the cheapest for the activated carbon, then we can try to lowering the cost for production of mechanisms. For the irons, the magnetic power, I think that's we cannot do anything about this because this already settled. So we cannot adjust the price. Then we just adjusting the price for the activated carbons as well as the enzymes production. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, is there any other question? Okay, I think we can complete our discussion today. And I would like to conclude that it is important to develop a novel method or explore novel organism in the context to support sustainable development goal and strengthening circular bioeconomy and also green economy. Thank you very much for Dr. Tony and Professor Shaw. Have a great day, everyone. And I would like to let the MC to lead for the next session.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Diana. Thank you, Prof.
Thank you.
So
nice to meet you, Tony. Yeah. Bye-bye.
Thank you to all speakers for the material given. Also, thank you for the moderator to lead the sessions. Following to the next agenda, we will have the parallel sessions consisting of 6 rooms with different topics. Allow me to read for each room. The first room will be bioresources and biodiversity. The second room will be nutraceutical and natural products. Room 3 will be biotechnology and bioinformatics. Room 4 will be medical sciences. Room 5, agricultural and forestry. And room 6 will be environmental and sustainability. Ladies and gentlemen, each of room will be led by moderators, and please kindly choose the room based on your interest by clicking the breakout room feature in your Zoom meeting. Thank you. While waiting for the breakout room, you can kindly take a look and also choose the room based on your interest. As you can see on the screen right now, there is 6 rooms with each topic and also led by moderators.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, responding to your questions at the chat, how to enter the room, please guide, and also the breakout room hasn't ready yet. The official committee is still working on it. While we are waiting for the breakroom feature, you can again take a look at the based on your interest. Please kindly. Thank you.
Also, candidates for the we will wait for another participants, and I just want to make sure that centers in this session already complete. So please be patient, and we will wait for a few minutes. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining the breakout 3 with the topic Biotechnology and Bioinformatics. In this section, we will have 6 presenters. We will have Ms. Mega Ferdina Warsito. Ms. Mega, are you here? Okay. And second one is Mr. Kusmana. Pak Kusmana.
I'm present.
Okay, thank you. And the third one is Miss Vina Amreta Laksmi. I think maybe she will join us later. And the next one is Miss Elok Vicky Ferdiana. Miss Elok.
Hello, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, Miss Elok. And the the fifth is Miss Rini Riviani. I hope Miss Rini already joined with us. Miss Rini, I saw you join in this room. Miss Rini. Yeah, I think
Already,
okay.
sorry.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm already here.
And Mr. Dani Satyawan. Mr. Dani Satyawan. I think I saw his name. Mr. Dani Satyawan. Oh yeah, I saw him. Okay. So okay, due to the tight schedule, so we just start this session. And I think the rule is we will start with the presentation from all presenters, and then the discussion section will be at the end of the presentation. And all participants will also join us with sorry, there are some other mute. Okay, already, Pak Dani. Thank you. Again, Pak Dani.
Yes.
Please mute your speaker. Okay, thank you. So the discussion will be at the end of the session. And yeah, from the organizer, we will have a kind of how do you say, not a scoring, but like a mark for all presenters. They will, the organizer will prepare certificates for the best oral presenter. So please prepare yourself during the discussion, and well, we can start. For the discussion, we can use the chat box, or you can also press the button of raise hand. Okay, so now we continue with the presentation. Please welcome the first speaker, Mega Ferdina Warsito as Form M4. Yeah, I think we'll prepare the presentation. Okay, Miss Mega, the time is yours, please.
Will the video play, or I need done my own
My name is
presentation?
Mega from Research Center
It's
for
from
Applied
video.
Microbiology. I will talk about next generation sequencing technology in Indonesia, the current status and future prospect of whole genome sequencing application. Sequencing technology has been used to determine the definite order of nucleotide pieces in biological sample, which containing specific genomic information such as heredity and also chemical reaction happen in the organism. Diverse sequencing technology was developed by Sanger and colleagues, which use plus and minus method by utilize DNA polymerase, and also Maxam and Gilbert, which use a specific chemical reaction to cleave or to fragment the DNA chain. The first sequencing technology has been used for human genomic project, which was established in 1990 and accomplished in 2001. And since then, there are development of various sequencing techniques, and currently there are 4 generation sequencing technology. In the following years, there are several development of Sanger sequencing technique. First, the usage of label chain terminating inhibitor or D-thioxide nucleotides, which used to abort the newly synthesized chain at a specific residue. Then, the development of fluorescent labeling detection and also the separation system from ultra-thin slab gel electrophoresis to multi-channel capillary electrophoresis. The development of thermal cycle sequencing also helped to reduce the quantity of DNA template and also polymerase used for the reactions. Software development also helped in data interpretation and analysis.
Recording in progress.
Technique is still a preferable sequencing method used for small-scale sequencing with length about 500 to 1,000 base pair. But for the larger genome, next generation sequencing help to reduce the time of the whole analysis and also had lower sequencing costs, while also we can obtain high quality output. Next generation sequencing is used to define second to the current fourth generation sequencing technique. In the second generation sequencing technique, there are Illumina and ion torrent, both using sequencing by synthesis approach and are a short-lead technology. The difference is in the detection technology. While Illumina using fluorescent-based detection, the ion torrent use hydrogen release-based detection, which is formed during the DNA polymerization process. Illumina can generate single end and pair end read, while ion torrent only can generate single end read. Both have low error rate, but Illumina had advantages in the fast range throughput. The limitation of Illumina technology is the misassembled and fragmented DNA sequences, while in the ion torrent is the inaccurate quantification of long homopolymeric repeats. The third generation technology, there are ISIBio. It is the long read technology by using single molecule template. It still uses sequencing by synthesis approaches, and the detection is based on the optical. This technology able to sequence DNA with unusual GC content. The advantages is less template required for the reaction, decrease error rate, high accurate rate, and reduce cost. In the fourth generation, technology is nanopore platform, which also use single molecule real-time technology without amplification, repeated cycle, and it not use sequencing by synthesis approaches. The detection is based on the potential charge or current of single molecular nucleotide. It has the advantages of it for its portability, and we can get the result faster compared to the other platform, while there are limitations such as the relatively high error rate compared to the other technology. The generic workflow for NGS consists of 4 steps. First, sample preprocessing, where we extracted and isolated the nucleic acid, followed by library preparation, where we are preparing the sample so it can be processed and read by the sequencer, and then followed by the sequencing step, where the actual sequencing happen, and then after the data was collected, we analyze all the collected data using bioinformatics studies. The next generation technology had been used in the whole genome sequencing application. Several applications that used WKS is for the disease management, either for the surveillance, clinical application, public health, and cancer research. In the drug discovery and development, it can be used to identify the drug target used in the drug trials and pharmacogenomic studies. While in the silviculture, it can use as tool for diagnostic for the conservation, restoration, and management of natural population. In the Indonesia itself, the widely used platform is Ion Torrent, Illumina, and also Nanopore. Generally, it has been used for genetic characterization and disease surveillance, molecular epidemiology studies, and used for the drug-resistant profiling, and also clinical and laboratory evaluations. It has had a major breakthrough or getting popular because of the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic. Challenges in the application of NGS, especially in Indonesia, is although there are expansion of sequence output capabilities, it should be followed with the improvement of data analysis methodology and human resource capacities. And also, in general, formulation of NGS bioinformatics standard and guideline is still in need, and hopefully in the future, the NGS-based VGS approach can be applied in the wider research field. In conclusion, in Indonesia, NGS technology mainly used for genomic surveillance and molecular epidemiology studies. The platform that mostly used are Illumina and ONT, and hopefully in the future, NGS technology can be employed in other research fields such as clinical diagnostic, real-time infection control, public health surveillance, and also drug discovery. And the development of NGS technology is increasingly efficient, and the price is getting lower and lower, and also the accessibility getting wider. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Mega, for the video presentation. Now we continue for a video presentation from Mr. Kusmana. Please enjoy the video.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Kusmana. In this conference, I'll present the experience of conducting field trial in Indonesia case of stuck gene potato resistant to lead blight. We do research here, me and Dr. Alberta Dinar Ambarwati. This experiment was conducted in IPAGRI, Lembang, West Java, Indonesia. As we know, GM crop from research to deployment based on HALSI was first we conducted in laboratory, and then we growth growth chamber greenhouse, and then we do application of CFT and do confined field trial as we present today. After we confine field trial, we release the variety, and we have a certificate, full safety and a full safety assessment, and do a commercialization and a stewardship. Why we doing CFT? By growing in CFT, the risk of possible undesirable thing related to biosafety can be minimized. So it can be avoid eating by human or big animals. As we see in the picture, CFT was have a pens or the crop growing in the cage. CFT testing aims to ensure genetic material doesn't escape to the environment, because we have a isolation plan and we also have a barrier. As we seen in the picture, all the crop was surrounded by corn as a barrier, and also outside of the CFT at least 10 meters no any potato. Then, to provide information on agronomic performance data, confined field trial of CFT implementation. First, we do land preparation. The CFT location is equipped with a trial sign, SOP sign, information GA crop testing. Access to CFT is limited. Only officers are allowed to enter. Guests must get information, must get permission and fill out a field book. There is a GPS coordinate at each corner of field. Provide information around the test area, settlements surrounding the land, plant, and offices. There is a field map and research layout isolation between GA and non-GA crop. Field SUP for plot observation in SUP 5 trial conduct. As we seen in the picture, we have figures and layout of the CFT, and see that in the CFT we have GPS in every corner as number 1, 2, 3, and 4, and also surrounding the CFT there is a fellow lands, administration offices, and so on. And also, before we do CFT, we mark by Google Maps the coordinate of the CFT. Planting and plant observation. Before we planting the main plot, we planting corn as barrier. We do 3 weeks before the main plot, and also we planting susceptible variety 2 weeks before main plot. The main plot we do nested plot, or experimental design was nested plot with 30 hill per plot, 9 genotypes, spray and non-spray fungicide. Observation of CFT once a week. Monitoring by a biosafety technical team. All garden tools before and after use are clean. Worker and those involved in activity must receive training. As we see in the picture, on the top, there is a safety location, then we have a trial sign, and SOP sign. Trial sign we do in 2 languages, English and Bahasa. And also in the bottom, farmers try to planting some inoculum, and also in this time corn is already planting. On the right side, on the bottom, the plant is already grows. We can see some isolation forms around the CFT. Plant observation and monitoring by biosafety technical team. So in the picture on the left, there was a farmer, researcher observed the plants, and also on the bottom we have a comparison between GA crop and non-GA. GA crop growing well and non-GA completely dead. And also on the right on the bottom, we have a potato, one of EPEN, selected EPEN 204. Harvest and trial termination. Termination conducted inside the pens. All volunteer plants must be identified and destroyed by pulling before flowering and burying. Volunteer monitoring is carried out 2 months after harvest by regularly observed every 2 weeks or every month until the 3 months after harvesting. Land clearing period is done for 1 year or 2 growing season. Volunteer plant must be recorded through SUP7, post-harvest management, and all unexpected event must be reported to the immediately supervisor SUP incident. See in the picture on the top, we have some laborers cut off the leaf and the stem and then burn. And also in the bottom, some lab worker are harvesting the potato. Harvest. Tuber yield obtained in figure 5, we can see the tuber yield obtained from all EPEN we try. We can see that EPEN of 234 will show high yielding yield more than 30 tons per hectare, both spray and non-spray, following by 2 EPEN, UB15 and 255 also resistant to light blade and high yielding. On the right picture, we see GA potato yield much better than non-GA potato. Conclusion: genetically engineered or GE testing should be grown in CFT. To conduct CFT must be follow standard operational procedure or SOP. Genotype stack gene potato EPEN 234 will show resistant to lead blight, Phytophthora infestan without fungicide spraying until harvest. Genotype stack gene potato 234 will show high yielding more than 30 tons per hectare, both in sprayer and non-spray fungicide. 2 other genotype UB15, 255 also high yielding potential and resistant to light blight. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Pak Sumana, for the presentation. And now we continue for our third presenter, Ms. Vina Amreta Laksmi. Ms. Vina Amreta Laksmi will present about the
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Vina Amreta Laksmi. I am a researcher from Research Group of Enzyme from Extremophile Research Center for Applied Microbiology, National Research and Innovation Agency, BRIN. Today, I would like to give a presentation about the result of our study with title Expression and Purification of Reverse Transcriptase from Mononemorin leukemia virus using a Rhamnos inducible system in Escherichia coli. For the introduction, I would like to give an introduction about an enzyme called reverse transcriptase. I believe that most of the participants here already know about this enzyme, so I would like to give only a brief introduction about this enzyme. Let me go straight into this. Reverse transcriptase, abbreviated into RT, is an enzyme that converts a sequence of single-stranded RNA as a template into a sequence of complementary DNA as a product. RT generally possesses three main activities, including RNA-dependent DNA synthesis, DNA-dependent DNA synthesis, and RNase H. The next question would be, what is the importance of reverse transcriptase for the biotechnology research fields in general or for society in particular? We all know that since 2020, COVID-19 disease spread to the rest of the world, and due to the massive spread of COVID-19 disease, pandemic has been declared by the World Health Organization in March 2020, which is around 2 months after the first report. Thus, amidst the fast spread of COVID-19, it is important to implementing a fast and widespread diagnostic test. The first method for detection of COVID-19 is reverse transcription polymerase chain reaction, abbreviated into RT-PCR, and since then, RT-PCR became the golden standard in COVID-19 detection. As a diagnostic test, RT-PCR are capable for detection of 0.14 copy per millivirus, which is considerable high sensitivity and thus could detect an early phase of viral infection. And one of the main enzymes that is play an important role in RT-PCR is reverse transcriptase. So now we know the importance of reverse transcriptase. However, development of RT in particular is still scarce in Indonesia. RT is mainly supplied from overseas commercial product, which is often expensive and thereby hinder the full utilization of the enzyme. To address this problem, production of RT in Indonesia is desirable. In this study, for the synthesis of reverse transcriptase, RT from modern leukemia virus is developed by utilizing synthetic gene, and the production of the RT was performed by employing L-rhamnose-inducible RHA BHD promoter system in E. coli. For the methods, the gene was constructed by the addition of 6-time his tag, and the enterokinase set was designed between his tag and the protein target to separate the protein with the his tag if it is required. The codon optimization and synthesis of gene was performed by Atom Inc. in Newark, USA, and then the target gene was then inserted into the vector PD871. The plasmid PD871 harboring MMLV-RT was then transformed into E. coli BL21*DE3 by following PEG method with several modifications. The expression of MMLV-RT was induced by the addition of 2 millimolar rhamnose after the initial pre-induction optical density at 600 nanometer reached of 0.8 to 1.0. And then the culture was then incubated at 18 degrees Celsius for overnight. The level of expression was then analyzed by using SDS baits, and the crude extract was then purified by using the nickel-separose Excel by CTPA, and the purified fraction was then eluted by using 500 millimolar imidazole, 20 millimolar sodium phosphate buffer pH 7.4, and 500 millimolar NaCl. And the result was presented here. The expression of cassette gene of MMLV-RT was presented in here. The reverse transcriptase was produced by using RHA-BHD promoter, and the gene was constructed according to US patent number 8.541.219P2, and then the protein was consisted of 516 amino acid with molecular mass at around 57.8 kilodalton. The amino acid sequence of MMLV-RT with an N-termini histag was presented here. As already explained before, that we added the 6' histag followed by the androgenous site and then directly followed by the target gene. For improving the fidelity of the reverse transcription, the MMLV-RT was modified by mutating the amino acid at selected amino acid at position number 133, 197, and 309. The protein modeling of MMLV-RT also presented in here. Both of the C and N terminal was exposed, and thus both of them is suitable for the attachment of the histag. However, N-termini was selected due to the advantage of N-termini histag on the recombinant protein yield. The result of transformation of MMLV-RT was presented here. The transformant colonies was successfully obtained, and then we picked several colonies and made into the master plate. The MMLV-RT was then expressed in E. coli BL21 star DE3, and the expression level was then analyzed by using SDS weights. In here, line 1 presented the soluble fraction with no Ramnos induction, and line 2 presented the soluble fraction with Ramnos induction. And in here, we could see that the MMLV-RT was synthesized after the induction by using Ramnos. And according to this result, we can conclude that the MMLV-RT was successfully expressed in RHA-BHD promoter system. And the reason for selection of this system is because Ramnos is more affordable compared with IPTG, which is an inducer in the T7 promoter system, so it is more applicable for production of RT. In addition, RHA-BHD promoter system offer preferable properties than T7 promoter system due to tighter regulation system between Ramnos and glucose. And after we could obtain the crude extract was then purified by using an affinity chromatography system, and the result was also then analyzed by using SDS weights. And in here, in line 3, we could see the result of the purification. We could obtain a high purity of MMLV-RT, and on the basis of the analysis on the SDS weight, it was revealed that the molecular mass of MMLV-RT was approximately 57.8 kilodalton. And by comparing with the previous report that a single subunit of RNA-dependent DNA polymerase and RNase H region are present at approximately 78 kilodalton. However, in this study, RT was already modified by eliminating RNase H region, so molecular mass of the protein in this study was smaller. In conclusion, MMLV-RT was successfully expressed in E. coli by employing RHA-BHD promoter system, and upon purification, MMLV-RT was obtained in high purity with molecular mass of 57.8 kilodalton. This work was financially supported by Indonesian Endowment Fund for Education, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Vina, for the presentation. Now we continue the presentation of Ms. Elok Rifki-Ferdiana. Ms. Elok will present about in silico analysis of anti-diabetic property of aloe vera. Please run the video. Okay, thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the opportunity, and in this moment, I would like to present our study entitled Analysis of Anti-Diabetic Property of Aloe Vera by In Silico Molecular Tracking. We are a team of 4. This is me, Rizky Virgiana, with my colleagues Alga Ranjana and Melis Nawati H. Engio. We are from Research Center for Plant Conservation and Botanic Gardens, while one of our colleagues, Linda Wigenilum, comes from Research Center for Ecology and Ethnobotany. As we all know that diabetes mellitus is chronic disease characterized by hyperglycemia and is categorized into 2 types, type 1 DM and type 2 DM. The complications of diabetes are common among diabetes patients and are responsible for significant morbidity and mortality. Type 2 DM is a global pandemic. It affects about 462 million people worldwide, with 1 million of mortalities. In Indonesia, it becomes the 6th highest cause of death. The treatment of diabetes mainly aims to control the glycemic index, in which many oral drugs have been used with satisfactory result, as recommended by American Diabetes Association and European Association for Study of the Diabetes. However, these drugs have side effects. Thus, complementary therapy is required. One choice is to use the herbal medicine with anti-diabetic properties. One plant that is popular for diabetes is aloe vera. However, the mechanism is still less studied, although the in vitro and in vivo studies have confirmed this ability. And one method to understand the mechanism is by in silico molecular tracking. We set 3 steps for the method. First is we have the ligands preparation. We found the 6 types of aloe vera phytochemical compounds in knapsack, while we also use the controls. Here are drugs usually used for diabetes. We have here bicarbonate, dipeptidylpeptidase 4 inhibitor, GLP-1 receptor agonist 3, sulfonylurea, and thiazolidine dione. The 3D structures of all ligands are traced in blockchain. The second is we also determine the target proteins. We determine the proteins through a literature study. We found out that 11-BSSD, GFA, and PTB1B are proteins related to the pathophysiology of diabetes mellitus. These protein structures were ascertained according to NCBI and 3D model via Swiss model. And the last is the analysis of anti-diabetic properties of controls and phytochemicals of aloe vera. Here we use pyrrole extraction 0.8, and when the data is obtained, we then analyze them using PyMol 32-bit version 1.3.0.0 and visualized via Proteins Plus. Here are the phytochemicals of aloe vera and target proteins we use. Here we have 8-cyclocosylate-7-O-methyl-DLA, aloe-amodine, aloin, isovenol, isoalauresin D, and isorobicarbamol. Here is 11-BSSD, GFA, and PTB1B. From the in silico molecular tracking, we found out that all the ligands form interaction with the proteins tested here, but we know that crizovenol form the strongest interaction with 2 proteins here, 11-BSSD and PTB1B, with the highest binding affinity, while the aloe-amodine form the strongest affinity with GFA. For the ligands, the control ligands, we found out that GLP-1 receptor form the strongest interaction with all the proteins tested. Here are three figures we chose when the strongest interaction formed between the ligand and the protein form the aloe vera compound. Here we show you that chrysophenol form the strongest interaction with 11-BSHD and PTB1B protein, both with 4 hydrogen bonds. The difference is the amino acid residues. With the 11-BSHD, there is threonine and leucine, while with PTB1B protein, there are asparagine and tryptophan. While LRMODIN only form one hydrogen bond with the proteins with the amino acid histidine. Here are the pathophysiology of type 2 diabetes. Diabetes is multi-organs disease. Many organs have parts in the diabetes, like the pancreas, the heart, liver, muscle, and adipocyte. But here in this study, we choose the GFAT, PTB1B, 11-BSHD because the main concern of the diabetes is the insulin resistance, in which it causes the high glycemic index in our blood. Here we show you that chrysophenol and aloe from the aloe vera, it inhibited the proteins involved in the pathophysiology of type 2 diabetes. Therefore, the aloe vera have the potential for the complementary therapy for the diabetes. Here we show you that aloe vera with its anti-diabetes properties, this has been confirmed by the study. This is by the inhibition of GFE, 11-BSHD, and PTB1B proteins. Further clinical assessment is required to determine the effective and safe dose for its use as complementary drugs for diabetes. And this potential activity amplifies the reason for in situ and ex situ conservation of aloe vera. That's all I have. Thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Alo, for the presentation. Next presenter will be Ms. Rini Riviani. Ms. Rini will present about rapid detection and identification of probiotic bacteria. So enjoy the presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rini Riviani. Today, I will present our research with the title Specific Primer for Rapid Detection and Identification of Probiotic Lactobacillus plantarum. Probiotics are microorganisms beneficial to the human health if present in sufficient quantity to improve a microflora balance in digestive tract. Probiotics are served in the form of food and beverage such as yogurt, kefir, cheese, fruit juice, drink, jam, and an ice cream. Probiotic bacteria act as immunomodulator by stimulating macrophages, monocytes, T lymphocyte, and inducing a production of immunoglobulin G and immunoglobulin A. Evaluation of probiotic strain characteristic, verification of their presence, and monitoring their level in food product are all required. Typical approach to studying microbial population include morphological and phenotypical characterization. Bioviability rely on chosen media, It takes time and frequently yield unclear results. Several database strategies have been created to get around this problem. In recent years, using the 60S rRNA gene and design-specific primer is regarded as the gold standard for identifying and analysis of the bacteria. The purpose of this research is to develop a rapid and accurate method to achieve the reliable and rapid identification of Lactobacillus plantarum strain by designing a specific primer that comprises conserved region to distinguish bacteria up to the species L. plantarum that were commonly used in probiotic and fermented food. 6 strains were used in this experiment, were cultivated on MRS media and then incubated at room temperature. Streptococcus thermophilus was used as a control grown in USA media. All strains in here in this experiment were obtained from the collection store and deposited in a CC Indonesian culture collection. This is the workflow of this experiment. First, we have to primer design by download FASTA from NCBI using the software cluster Omega and primer T, and then DNA extraction using the fragment for bacteria, and again DNA stool mini kit for extraction the fermented flour sample, and then continue with amplification specific region by Takara thermocycler, and then PCR assay in fermented flour sample for determination dependability of the commercial probiotic for quality control. Lactobacillus plantarum 60S ribosomal RNA gene partial sequencing were downloaded from the database in the form of the FASTA format from the NCBI gene bank. And then it was analyzed by using cluster Omega for multiple sequence alignment. Some conserved regions were determined by of the basic for the constructing forward and reverse primer candidate. After sequence alignment analysis with the cluster Omega and primer 3, 2 of the forward primer candidate and 3 reverse primer candidate were obtained. The specific of the candidate primer and the estimate size of the PCR product were present in this table. This is the graphical view of the position of the candidate of the primer and PCR product size prediction. The analysis result with the net primer software. So the design primer have the cross dimer structure and the hairpin, especially is candidate number 3. The first candidate, LBF1 and LBR1, are suitable as a specific primer for detection of the L. plantarum based on the prior eligibility requirement because no hairpin and only found 1 cross dimer. PCR assay was performed with the 6 reference strain of the L. plantarum to confirm specific species-specific primer pair of the L. plantarum identification. LBF1 and LBR1 primer were created to amplify a specific area here of the 228 base pair as a marker for L. plantarum. The annealing temperature were used to optimize the reaction from the 50 Celsius until 60 Celsius. The annealing temperature were used to optimize the reaction and validation of the specific primer. We test using the Streptococcus thermophilus as a negative control. This is the Streptococcus DNA, and then there is no visible band as the PCR product in Streptococcus thermophilus. This result show the specific primer of the LBF1 and LBR1 could be used as a marker for rapid detection of the presence of the L. plantarum. The PCR method and then was applied to identify L. plantarum from the fermented flour sample. One using the L. plantarum strain B121 and sample 2 using the plantarum fermented using the L. plantarum B122. The results show in the line 3 specific primer with the annealing temperature 51.5 Celsius show the single band. So this is demonstrating the existence of the L. plantarum strain in the sample. This PCR product sequence for the verification of the correct PCR product and target. And PCR product, and then we sequence, and then the sequence had the highest homology around 98.7% with the Lactobacillus plantarum. So the conclusion of this research is polymerase chain reaction or PCR technique were used successfully to identify 6 strands of the L. plantarum as well as sample of the fermented flour. LBF1 and LBR1 are 2 primers designed to have a small amplicon size around 220 egg base pair. This test aid to determine the dependability of the commercial probiotic for quality control and assurance. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Rini, for the presentation. Now we continue for the last presenter, Mr. Dani Satyawan. He will present about genomic prediction of F1 population in oil palm tree population.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to present our study on the accuracy of genomic selection in a population of F1 and pseudobacteriaceae between Ileus guinensis and Ileus oleifera. For those of you who are not familiar with this Latin name, it's actually the scientific name for oil palm, which is the most productive oil crop per unit of land in the world. As you already heard, that oil palm has a bit of a bad reputation because some of its plantation displaces rainforest. But actually, without oil palm, we will need to destroy more rainforest to obtain more land because other oil crops have a much lower yield compared to oil palm. And the need to expand plantation by displacing rainforest will be reduced if we can improve oil palm productivity through oil palm breeding. The thing is that breeding oil palm is challenging because of its long reproductive cycle. You need to wait for about 3 years after you plant the seeds before it starts flowering and producing seeds for the next generation. You will also need a large planting area because the optimum planting distance between the plants is about 9 meters. So what will you do when you have less land area than ideal? Well, since it's very difficult to predict the performance of future oil palm just by looking at their seeds, you will most likely select your population at random. And 5 years ahead in the future, when you start performing selection, then the mean of the selected population will be about that next year. But imagine if you can somehow obtain a technology that can predict the performance of a seedling, then you can enrich your population that you plant in your limited land to only lines that have a better performance compared to the others. So 5 years ahead, when you start selecting, the mean of your selected population will be much higher compared to then if you select the population randomly. So such technology has started to be developed, and one of them is the genomic prediction, which is basically utilizing the information from DNA sequence variation across the genome to predict the phenotype of an organism. And they usually do it using this type of equation. For example, here, the phenotype here is predicted by the sum of fixed effects plus the sum of all the effects of the DNA sequence variation in the population plus residual effects. And the values for this equation can actually be obtained from a training population. And the way you do it is by selecting a subset of your population and then perform a genotypic data analysis by, say, for example, DNA sequencing or genotyping, and combine it with the phenotypic data that is for the trait that you're interested in, for example, for oil yield or oil quality, and then combine this data into a genomic prediction program like RR-BLUB, which will then calculate the effect of each DNA variation in the population, so that in the future, when you have new plant materials, you can just get its DNA sequence and then input it into the program, and the program will predict the phenotype of these materials that you provide. We try to test whether this approach will work for our oil palm breeding population, which comprises of 499 individuals. Some of them are olivera lines, which has some interesting phenotypes that are useful for breeding oil palm, such as shorter stature, so that it's easier to harvest. It also have higher unsaturated fatty acids, which are supposed to be healthier than the saturated fatty acids, and also higher beta-carotene or provitamin A, and also resistance to bud rot. There are also some Guinensis lines, which are basically the elite materials planted in oil palm plantation across the world, and they are famous for their high productivity. We try to combine these good traits into next generation by creating a cross between Guinensis and olivera. And since the performance of this F1 generation is not yet up to par with the current Guinensis lines, we try to cross it back again to Guinensis by crossing the F1 generation to Guinensis lines. So the result is a population that has a fairly complex kinship pattern here. So the olivera lines are seated in the center here, crossed to various Guinensis lines to produce the F1 generation, and the F1 generation is crossed to other Guinensis lines again to produce the backcross population. Since the program needs trait measurement data, we measured 29 traits that are related to productivity, morphology, and oil quality. And I will not go one by one here because we don't have sufficient time, and you can consult it in the publication later. But some of the traits actually exhibit transgressive segregation, where the performance of the F1 individuals are better than either of the parents, and it can be observed for the axis length, tree flat width, leaf area index, canal per fruit, and bunch weight. But others have a mid-parent value when the F1 hybrid actually has phenotypes that's between the olivera parent and Guinensis parent, and this can be observed for unsaturated fatty acid content, beta-carotene content, and oil yield. Since we also need genotype data, we perform targeted sequencing on all of the accessions. And from there, we obtain about 3,900 sleep markers that are spread relatively evenly across the chromosomes. And to check whether the genotypic data are actually correct and make sense, we perform component analysis. And it shows that grouping patterns that are fairly consistent with the Mendelian segregation. So, for example, here the F1 cluster is located between the olivera cluster and the Guinensis cluster, while the backcross cluster is located between the F1 cluster and the Guinensis cluster. We then input those genotypic data and phenotypic data into the RR-BLUB program by selecting the data from 60% of the population that are selected randomly. And from there, the RR-BLUB will output the Parker effect estimates, which we then combine with the genotypic data of the remaining 40% of the population to generate a predicted value. And we find that 9 traits have a prediction accuracy score that is higher than 0.5 when we compare the predicted value to the actual measured value in the field. And the highest accuracy was observed for palmitic acid content at 0.7 and oleic acid content at 0.668. But when we try to design the training population differently by only including the Guinensis parents, olivera parents, and the F1 generation, and use it to predict the phenotype of the backcross generation, we find that in most cases, the prediction value actually dropped to worse values. And the highest one is observed for mesocarpal fruit and leaflet width, which are only 0.4 and 0.45, which is much lower than the ones obtained from the random training population generation. And we think that the drop in accuracy is caused by an introduction of new alleles from the new kinesis parents that we use to create the backcross. And those parents are not included in the training population. Therefore, the program does not calculate their marker effects. So when we try to predict the phenotype of the backcross population, then those new alleles are not included in the calculation. Therefore, we have a lower prediction accuracy value. So what does it affect the way we perform selection in the field? Well, actually, if you have a slightly higher accuracy value, like 0.668 for oleic acid content here, you can see here that if we try to select lines that are predicted to have oleic acid content higher than 50, when we try to compare it with the actual measurement from the field, we see that most of them are actually correct. The predicted value are correct, and only 2 of them are actually wrong. And even the wrong ones here are actually still very close to the threshold that we set here. But what if the accuracy value is lower at 0.4? So for example here, if from the LAI, we try to select lines that have LAI value higher than 6.5, you can see here that when we compare the predicted value to the measured value in the field, that a lot of them are actually wrong. But there are more of them that are actually correct. And you can also see that the worst one here actually are still correctly excluded by the prediction algorithm. Therefore, even in such a low value here, it is still useful because it can still move the population average to the right rather than if we select them randomly. So in conclusion, we think that genomic selection is applicable for some traits actually in our breeding programs, and that many traits exhibited high prediction accuracy when all alleles were accounted for during the calculation of the marker effects in the training population. But when we introduce new alleles that are not present in the training population, most of the prediction accuracy actually dropped to a worse value in the progeny population. And before I end my presentation, I would like to thank Badan Pengelola Dana Perkebunan Kelapa Sawit for providing funding to the original study that provided data for the study, and also Indonesian Oil Palm Research Institute and Indonesian Center for Agricultural Biotechnology and Genetic Resources Research and Development for providing lab and facilities to perform the studies, and definitely also our current affiliations, and also all of you for listening to this presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dani, for the presentation. Okay, we have finished presentation for 6 presenters in the session. If I could resume their presentation, Ms. Mega was presented the NGS technology. She compared different NGS platforms such as Illumina, PacBio, and others. And for Pak Kusmana, he presented about the protocol about the confined field trial for GMO plants. I think this is the most important for plant researchers when they want to release their GMO plants for further certification. And for Ms. Ms. Fina presented about the strategy in cloning and expression of reverse transcriptase from molonimurin leukemia virus, which can be used in the future as a diagnostic system or for kind of routine use in the molecular biology works. And fourth one is Ms. Alok. Ms. Alok presents about the in silico analysis of anti-diabetic property of aloe vera. She used the molecular docking approach to test if the compounds from aloe vera will fit for the anti-diabetic properties. And Ms. Rini was presented about how to design the primers or oligonucleotides that are important for specific amplification in detecting and identifying the probiotic bacteria in certain species. And the last one, Pak Dhani presented about a genomic algorithm to predict the genomic variation in the F1 population of olive palm tree. So I think we have plenty of time for discussion. We will have around 15 minutes, 15 minutes for discussion. Please, for the participant, I already see one, two, okay. 2% that raised hand. The first one is Miss Mega. Miss Mega, please deliver your question.
I would like to ask questions to Bu Elo about the is it possible for us to predict the ADME of the potentially recognized compound from aloe vera using in silico analysis?
Okay.
Yeah, that's the questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mega. Can you repeat it? What is the possible of what?
Can we use the in silico analysis to identify or to predict the ADME of the potentially
excuse me, ADME?
The absorption, distribution, or metabolism of the predicted potential compounds.
Okay, thank you. So, our moderator, it is directly answer the question.
Please. Yes, yeah.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Mega. Actually, ADME is not familiar for me, but thank you for the information. So, this in silico molecular clocking is like new initial approach. It's only what do you call it? Predict. Is it any interaction between the enzyme or the protein and the ligand? And when the interaction happens, it is possible to know that maybe there is inhibition like that. And it's not going so far like some absorption and what that's all. No, that's not so far because it's only predict in initial interaction between the two molecules like that. That clear enough, Ms. Mega?
Okay, thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, Ms. Alok, do you have a question?
Yes, okay. I'm interested in Mr. Dhani's presentation, the last presentation. It is about the Elias oleifera and Elias guinensis. I have two questions for Mr. Dhani. First of all, is this is new information for me because all I know the oil palm plants is only Elias guinensis. I just knew that we have Elias oleifera too here. I want to ask the question. This is two different species, right? And what about the offspring that resulted? Are they fertile? Because all I know when two different species is breeding, sometimes the offspring is not fertile; it's sterile. And how about the purpose? Is it true that the positive traits is resulted here? And the second is the background is between the offspring and two Elias guinensis. And my question is, why not to Elias oleifera like that? The third question, the offspring of the two species, is this a new species, Mr.? Thank you. Sorry for the many questions.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if I may to answer it directly. So yeah, it's sometimes like when you cross different species, like you get sterility or low fertility. But in this case, it seems that the resulting hybrid is actually fertile, so you can cross them again. And they also still have produce seeds that are quite a lot actually for some of them, from some of the lines. So it's not a problem in this case. So you can cross them, and then yeah, basically what we are trying to do is combine the good qualities from Guinensis and the good quality from Olivera. So ideally you have a high productivity aligned with high productivity, but also have better oil quality like Olivera. But unfortunately, that's not the case. So like you get like in especially from the oil trade, I think what you have is something in the middle. So like the oil quality in terms of like maybe beta carotene and also the unsaturated fatty acids, it improved compared to the Guinensis, but it's still not as high as the original Olivera parents. And the productivity is better than Olivera parent, but still not as good as Guinensis parent. So it's somewhere in the middle. So that's still not good enough for a commercial plantation. That's why we try to cross it back again to Guinensis to improve productivity, because after all, productivity is still very important compared to quality. Unless the quality has a high economic value, then you still need to think about the productivity. That's why we cross it back to Guinensis rather than to Olivera, because the one that's most severely lacking is the productivity. And as for the species, well, it's a hybrid. It seems like if a Batak person marries a Javanese person, the children will be a Batak or a Javanese.
But Batak and Java is still the same species.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Hopefully that answers your question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Mas Wahyuni, for the
Yeah.
opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Alok and Pak Doni. So previously there is one person apart from participant raising her hand, Miss Penny. Miss Penny, are you still with us? Or maybe she can join. Miss Penny?
Can you hear my voice?
Yes, very clear. Yeah, please, Miss Penny.
Ms. Wahyuni. My question is addressed to Mr. Kusmana. There are two points. The first is, as I know, there are complicated controls related to the spread of pollen from GMO to other species. So, from your experience, how to execute this regulation in your CFP? Then, for the second question is, please provide brief information on the development of GMO regulation in Indonesia, because as far as I know, there are many useful research results that can be assist to production of several commodities, but it's barrier to the regulation in Indonesia. Thank you, Ms. Wahyuni.
Yeah, thank you, Miss Penny. Pak Kusmana, please answer the question. Pak Kusmana. So that Pak Kusmana already opened his mic. Pak Kusmana.
Maybe still take lunch.
Yeah. Maybe we can just continue. Miss Penny, I'm sorry that the speaker couldn't answer your question. Okay, but maybe later on. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And we saw a question in the chat from Ibu Sulistiani for Ibu Rini Ritiani. Ibu Rini, did you already see
the question in the chat box?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I already read the
Yeah.
Sorry, we have problem with the my connection. Yeah.
Okay, Bu Rini,
Can
please wait a
we
moment.
answer directly?
Yes.
Okay, thank
Can
you for Annie. So I'll answer for first question. We
Yeah.
do some isolation to protect gene flow, and as we know, potato as said, the gene flow according to our experience is only in 10 meters. Isolation is enough with 10 meters because potato is self pollination rather than corn, where we need 200 meter or more because this crossing. Says that's how to maintain the gene flow, and also we have barriers. We have corn barriers, so the pollen is flowed because come to the corns, and also for the regulation. Yes, we do a regulation like we saw in my presentation. That's we first we do selected lines, and we do select stick in the laboratory, and we do in the greenhouse, and we do CFT as we present today. And now we do from CFT in the two before, not we doing here in Indonesia. When we import the material, there's some SOP before we conduct the CFT. So we have like import permit or something like that, and we have some before import permit, we do some we do application, we applicant to the biosafety committee team and preparation research GA. We do by desk study, coordination, discussion, and we have some information document will be prepared, and that we conduct CFT. This may be the regulation. And for my experience, we do release one variety. We call it Biogranola, and this is already in farmer hand. This Biogranola now is growing for dissemination by farmer in Pangalengan. This may be all my experience conduct CFT. Thank you.
Okay, Pak Kusmana, thank you for the answer. And okay, Miss Rini Ritiani, I'm sorry for the interruption.
Okay.
Please answer the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for Miss Ristiani for the question. The question is, has you designed a primer test on the Lactipantharum complex species? In here, I designed a primer specific in strain Lactibacillus plantarum, and then I don't know what's and still not sure what is the meaning of the complex species, because I try to design until in a specific primer, and then test my specific primer into the 6 strain of the bacteria which deposit in ACC, in Indonesia culture collection in ACC, which I'm try to amplify that specific primer to the 6 strain which already deposit, and then all the strain can amplify in the specific bands around 200, and then try to develop and then amplify in fermented flour. So the fermented flour is using that bacteria which deposit in ACC, which I try in its bacteria using amplify using the specific primer, and then the fermented fluor in that fermented fluor after extraction, and then amplify using the specific primer can produce the band that's mean or my specific primer can be applied to the fermented fluor. Is it? But I don't know what's the meaning of the plantarum complex, because Miss Sulistiani is expert in Lactobacillus plantarum.
The question or in the I didn't see in the box, in the chat box, and no one that raising their hand. Okay, actually I have a question for two presenters. The first one is for Miss Mega, and the second one is for Miss Vina. Miss Mega, I saw the presentation from your topics, and then I understand that using this approach that we need some kind of specific samples or requirements for samples. Can you explain the requirement for samples used for NGS? Miss Megan?
Yes, for each sample, there's for example, there are, if we use different platform, of course, we need to know their ability about how long the base pair that we will be analyzed, and about the quality of the extracted nucleic acid, and for example, and also for the quality and the quantity of the extracted nucleic acid. But on the other hand, we also, despite we also need to determine which platform is the most suitable, we also need to determine whether that we had the specific reaction kit for to prepare or to generate the library preparation for the sample. But for it, then for certain the most important is the quality and the quantity of the sample itself.
Okay, Ms. Mega, thank you for the answer. Dear all participants, I think we don't have enough time for the discussion. I would like to say thank you for our presenters today, and for all you as a participant for joining this session. So I think we should come back again to the main room to join with others. Okay, so enjoy the rest of the conference. Have a good day. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you, Ms. Wahyuni.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the main room. How was the panel sessions, Bapak, Ibu, and also ladies and gentlemen? We hope it was very nice sessions. And now we will have a break for approximately an hour and 5 minutes. Please kindly remain in the Zoom meeting or back to the Zoom meeting at 1:30 p.m. Jakarta time. Once again, we will have a break for approximately an hour and 5 minutes. Please kindly back to the Zoom meeting or remain at the Zoom meeting. And we will start the next agenda at 1:30 p.m. Jakarta time. Thank you.
you.